Okay. Ooh. Okay. I gotta like lower the volume a little bit because I feel like it's just like too loud across the board. All right. So last we were here, obviously, um, Midian, Hermes, Emet-Selch, Hythlodaeus, and I were all talking about. Bro, that is that waterfall is loud. Anyways, yeah. So we were talking about Dynamis versus Ether, helping a creature be able to fly, showcasing that Emet-Selch is a powerful wizard, or human being with power of ether, etc. Where's your host notification? I'm sorry. I'll tell you what. We actually paused a lot of alerts back earlier. Yeah. I don't know if it's. I know that I turned the sound off, but I don't know if I turned the alerts off also. I didn't want like the sound of alerts to like interrupt cutscenes and whatnot, at least for the first time through. After the fact, then when I replay the story, I haven't. I won't really care, but for the first playthrough at least, yeah, we're turning off like all the sounds. So yeah. Oh yeah. We're not even. We've only done the third dungeon, so I know that we're getting there though because we're slowly getting closer to 87. So yeah, there's quite a way to go. All right. Without further ado, let's do this. All right. I was just like summarizing what happened. So yeah, we were learning about Emet-Selch and also his natural ability. Hermes not wanting to join the convocation. Van Daniel becoming the convocation, trying to appoint him as leader. Differentiating Dynamis versus Ether. Let's see what the folks are saying. Right, the creations. Oh, right, because there was discussion about why not just editing that creation for the sake of perfection, but it's like, that doesn't really make sense. And then, alright. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Oh yeah. We've done that. Yeah, that's a 73 try or 83 try. I keep saying 70. I'm not used to us being in the 80s. But yeah, we already defeated the 83 trial. We're on our way to the 87 dungeon. So we'll see. What? We've done the Dark Place. That's the name of the 87 or 83 trial. We haven't done anything past 85. The most newest thing that we did was Vanaspati, which is the dungeon. Yeah. So. Okay. I'll wait. Speaking of though, I forgot. We gotta blend in. Where is it? There it is. Spoil chat, Discord. One second. Okay. Over here spoiling? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Well, yeah. I mean, I already think I know what you're talking about. Also, where's my sunglasses? I'm gonna need these for later. Why? I have no idea. But I felt almost naked without them on. Okay. I'm tired, leaving B. Or M itself. I thoroughly enjoyed myself at the end most of all. Ah. Okay. Okay. Ether to ether. Something seems to be weighing on Hermes' mind. Tell me, Adele, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? If only my work were more interesting. Nevertheless, I'm indebted to you for keeping me in company. If there's aught I might do, you need but ask. Okay. Sounds good. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. It's something that matters. Yeah, I'm aiming to do the next dungeon by the end of stream today. So we'll see just how far we get. I think if I can be hopeful, I'd like to get into the final area, but like definitely gonna see the next dungeon. The Lycaon, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner do we release one for observation than it's set upon the nearby Occupides, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the Occupides was keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycaon to blame their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. Wait. And then, okay, wait, so because the creature is attacking things or eating, they're still going to accept it despite the fact that it has like a vicious nature? I mean, I kind of get that. It's kind of okay. I'm not sure why that's like a problem. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all at once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the pass of the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Hermes, wait. If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. Okay. No clue. Also, let me know your thoughts on the sound. I actually activated the spatial immerse audio. They're currently, they have as like a packaged thing. There has been discussion about like kind of the ins and outs of ups and downs about it, but I've so far been trying to temper with the audio, and so far tampering has been pretty good. I made a lot of changes to the sound. I mean, a lot being two, but the two changes I think are primarily effective in what they're supposed to do. Ultimately, what I did was I increased the... Oh, that's what an Octopedia is, okay. Yeah, I increased the bass standard, so that way the music just sounds heavier, and the moves, the attacks sound like they hit harder, which is great. And then there is like this 3-dimensional surround sound that's not based off of actual like surround sound, but it's supposed to mirror the like immersion of being in the world. So like right now this piano sound is, it's almost like I'm inside of a hall currently listening to, you know, the music. Um, so if anybody has any objections or thoughts about it, then like, let me know. Again, I'm experimenting with sound, considering I don't have like an actual equalizer myself. But this game essentially has like its own built-in equalizer and surround sound function. So I'm hoping that this can actually help with the sound. But we'll see, because like I said, I've been enjoying the sound of attacks that I have in the game. So we'll see how this goes. The Archipedia is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. Yet they didn't stand a chance against the Lycaon. A fearsome beast is Lycaon, but where is it now? Ooh, okay. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. I met Selkanai was here for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you are finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow the dog. Come, let's down this path and up the bridge. Actually, there's a, Shockmaw? Oh my goodness. That's a giant dino shark. That B rank is huge. I guess we can't go this way. Let's go up here then. There we go. Cheating the system, I'm sure. Okay. For a second, I was concerned that I could not actually go up here. Okay. Giant griffins. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Oh, wow. Wow. Once I get back and record today's results, I should finally be able to put that report to bed. Not Doros. His hair is long, but the color is wrong. Okay. So I thought he had lightning here for a second. Doros, that's Doros. Well, no, if it isn't Medion, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had this set to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaons, yeah, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Kitsis. Once I submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that Olakians slaughtered our companions. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycaonis would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We created a good many of them, all exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself made it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous, depending on your intensity of the etheric emissions. Pasharo may wish to have words with you. Rest assured I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, the applications are limited to those that are authorized by the chief overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act that deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know that distinction concerns you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be studied properly, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world. Yet insignificant though their civil lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaonis I have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Tuck may better carry out his duties? By all means. Hooray, show them to the meeting room. Okay, I kinda understand how she feels too. We have a duty to the star, I know, but it doesn't mean we don't also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. I get it, because like if a creation is being made by somebody, of course it's like a work of art to them, or like a masterpiece. So then when you gotta destroy it, even if it's not useful, it's like, man, the effort and time, you develop an attachment. I understand that. To man, other beings are just beings, to be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes once told me. Looking to feel the weight bearing down on her hands. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Leon, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Adele. Low though I had to impose, may I leave Medion in your care again? I am in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Okay, let's go for a walk. Can you help me with something, Adele? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands will grow on the tree. Ooh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside. Next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Not this one. Alright. Sit on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a conion, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, though, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. I have to say, you want a rosebud for a flower? That would be kind of a pain. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some tiny leafy flowers. Nothing around here. Ah, over there. There's something big, something huge. What? You are definitely not talking about the Marlboro, right? This thing looks awful. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the Marlboro-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. These things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave room for days. What do you think, though? Would you like it? It's probably not that good of an idea. So not this one either. Finding a good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Double. Can we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. No worries. Let's just enjoy the fields away from the crypts. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Oh, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there? What could it be? Ooh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're antiluckies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. That's kind of suspicious. Truly, the flower was dark in your home? Then do you have it too? A dark emotion? Okay. I see. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. Please, Adele, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Right, but we don't have Ryle's power to make the flower. Okay. Truly, we do. Thank you, Adele. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Yeah, but how do we augment the flowers and not wilt while we pick it up? That's nothing. I mean, you know what? I'm not going to question it. Boy, stay in school. I'm busy with it. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they finish.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Understood.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment? do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I'm filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort. To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden, you are a strange one. The stars in the heavens, know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris, a world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters. Sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let's head back.
All right!
not going to question it, but that was weird. The prodigal family returned after causing all manner of trouble while we were in a meeting, I'm sure. Were you able to get some rest? Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. And all too brief and salute, perhaps, but it's time I attend to my next task. As Emma, Selk, and Hythlodaeus were aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Legiones. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocol, and as chief overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. Okay, there we go. The Lycaonis would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to position the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Legiones have served their purpose. Okay. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. Okay. It's going to modify the audio a little bit. Okay. Thank you. Hippolo. That's a cool name. How in the world did I not see this current? Actually, I would say that the ether current appeared after the fact. 282 yalms to the west. Forget about it. I'll get them off. I'll get them all later. These are the Manigarums? Oh. Okay. I count 4. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had to bound them with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Duck can handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance with Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. Medion, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes, the Legiones must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you are intent on helping, then please follow my lead. I see it. I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry. within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now I warned you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame, but fear not, by my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch you unawares. Ready, then let's begin. Wow, the music sounds very loud by comparison to the Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna, we'll see how that is. That is very loud by comparison.
Now. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. If that be your want, we are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free. Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here. Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts. I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
It has been quite an exciting visit for you thus far. Oh, you weren't injured, were you? Good, good. The other Lycaonians have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet, never has his departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torments? Okay. You know what? I kind of foresaw this coming, I'm not gonna lie. So, that's actually... That's a thing. This is what happens when you don't do any quests and you just do the story as one job. Cool, so we're gonna intermission the story at this point because, wow. Cool. As soon as I saw that the, oh shoot, but you know what, I also don't want to go in with the Sessiion robes. Yeah, as soon as I saw that that quest was read, I knew we had to, like, level a thing up somewhat, but this is interesting, though, because the game kind of tells you, like, hey, you should probably work on other quests in the meantime, and I'm like, whatever. But now, alas, here we are. Okay, cool, so I'm gonna kill some time. Ew, what's a Gale Cat? It's called an Alioros? Okay. At Hippotho's side, you see his familiar creature. Okay, cool. Could not speak. My, what a familiar essence you have, like that of a familiar. If you're familiar with the concept. Ba-dums. Thank you. Oh, just my little joke. That was it. I am Hippotho. Hippo. Yes, we're getting to that, Del. Say hello to our... No. Okay. Sorry. I read that weird. Say hello to our familiar friend. She's an Ailoros? Ailoros. There you go. An Ailoros. Okay. The Ailori are one of the newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean mew loudly. Though we do our best to observe all of our creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken this Ailoros under my wing, to further develop her capabilities in this area, and she does enjoy our little walks. This evening, we are testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Okay. Sounds good. We'll have to take a break because I'm not at level 87 for the for the next quest, so we're queued in to do a dungeon, and hopefully it queues in quickly. But we'll see. Do what you gotta do. I'll be here. Simply tell her that the task has begun, and she'll do her utmost to locate the creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you found that we can't have beasts running amok. What the? Alright. Honestly, that could be a real creation in this game, and I wouldn't have even said otherwise. The Aileros allergic to two nearby creatures that are facing one another down, and it looks at you unexpectedly. Or not unexpectedly, but it does look at me. Okay, let's test the sound again. Can I get another Gripless? Oh, I was not ready for both of you. Okay. That would have actually been kind of a pain. Wonderful. I am slightly behind in gear, but not enough to the point that I would expect myself to be incapable of, like, survival. But we are at 539 gear, technically. She seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? Well, she saw two creatures fighting, and I did it. As I expected. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures to both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wounds under the belt too, but it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Allori are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain that you have your own unique potential to rise here, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? Maybe some other time. Now, if anything, I can go try and go get this this ether current. It'll be kind of nice though to do a dungeon again, because honestly, I'd like to actually redeem myself for the ones that I did earlier, but yeah. Okay. Sorry now. At least, yeah. Drop my bottle cap. Whoops. Touring and Anagoras, Part 1. Welcome, friends, Anagoras. I am Socles. Socles? Socles. And I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Elpis. And you are, Oh, how unusual. A soul-bearing familiar. A familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. You are perhaps here for the purposes of observation? Yes, that must be, in which case you need only mention my name to Charmion. And she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. Okay. Yes, yes, what can I do for you? Adele, is it? And Overseer's Socrates, which excuse me to act as your guide? Oh. Oh, no, I didn't mean like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the Overseer chose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Antidote. Surely there are none other, more experienced individuals who can provide a more comprehensive... this grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? A task given to me, and I will attempt to not finish it because the dungeon started. Alright. Lovely. How's the stream going? Hey, Sir Cry. Stream's going well. Also, I've not seen your name before, I don't think, if you're newer here, but welcome. We're in the middle of doing the 14th story. However, unfortunately, I am behind level-wise, so I actually cannot progress in the story. Wait, what? You're gonna have to explain this. This is also so not okay. I was not prepared for not Swedish... What? Okay. I mean, girl, I know who you are. Oh, no, you're from Sweden. Sorry. I totally read that wrong. I thought you were Swedish and not... Okay, I'm sorry. I totally, I freaked out. I thought that you were her and you changed your name. I was like, what? Okay. Sorry. Let's rewind and pretend that just didn't happen, because that was the most awkward thing I've ever done in my entire life. Stir, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. No. I mean, listen, it's my bad, if anything. I absolutely was not in my right mindset when I was thinking about that. But I'm doing good. Stream is going well as well. I'm in the middle of doing the dungeon because ultimately I was progressing through the story, but I'm behind level-wise. So I told myself that I'll need to do this dungeon run to level up, which will be really quickly. But yeah, we're pretty much just here. So just trying to see how things go at the moment. But yeah, how are you doing? How's your day? Hope that all's been well. Also, thank you for stopping by. Yeah, so I'm not sure if you played it or not, or if we've talked about it. Honestly, that raid threw me way off guard because it happened at like 3 in the morning, so I was just like, huh. Had an alright day? Okay. Well, if it was work-filled, hope that work wasn't too stressful. If it was just like, slow day or lazy day, sometimes we need those too. You've never played any Final Fantasy. Okay, well. Don't worry if you literally have no idea what's going on. It's honestly okay. I feel like most people who play this or watch this without knowing what this is are just like, they're just like, I have no idea what this is. You're in college, you just classes and homework? Oh, okay. What's your major? Or have you picked a major? I, myself, personally, am a psych major. And, oh my gosh, has it been so long since I've been in college and did homework. Industrial and Systems Engineering. Ah, nerd. Love it. That's cool. Well, I'm glad. What inspired you to want to... Sorry, I didn't mean to call you a nerd. I'm a nerd. I'm honestly worse, if anything. But yeah, what inspired you to want to do Industrial and System Engineering? I mean, that's also the same question why I would ask myself, like, why did I pick psychology of all fields? But I mean, it's got nothing to do with Final Fantasy, but it you know, everyone's got their reasons, which I'm sure you as well have the same. Oh my gosh. It's pretty easy to get a job in almost any industry, it's just feature optimization. No, you're right. Yeah, I feel like that's absolutely like the case. It really just depends on, like, you know, what do you want to do and how do you want to do it and like where. Because like location-wise, of course, as well makes like a big difference. Because I feel like if you work in a bigger city, then you'll find a job that's more, you know, for that kind of attunement. But then of course, if you try and work somewhere suburban, you might find something like a little bit less along the lines. But it'll also, like, yeah, it always depends. Yeah. Because, like, for me personally, I chose my major because of the fact that I'm an observer. So I like to, you know, I picked the field of research that allows me to kind of further enhance my thinking perspective for that. So that's why psych is my my underling. But yeah, you know, everyone's got their own reasons. You know, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do exactly. If I want to work in a big city. Oh, okay. So then, I guess it's safe to assume that you're also not from like a city. So, okay, understood. From a small town. Oh, okay. That's good though. See, I feel like I would I'm from a city, so I've only ever known the city, honestly. And even living in a big city, personally, I can tell you that I never really expected the world to be bigger than it was since I was growing up in a city. I've only ever known that the city was like the place, you know. So to actually conspire and think that like there's more than just the city, it's almost like a whoa moment for me. Because I never really thought about it until you know, I left. Not even like to college, but just like I left like my actual city and like took a plane to like fly to like Florida or Carolina or something. Then I realized, wow, this is actually like a much bigger world than I thought. So being from a small town, I feel like I can almost understand that, you know, there is a lot in the world. So wanting to work in a big city it makes sense. Like for me, living in a big city, I would do the opposite. You know, I'd want to visit like a small town. I know that sounds weird, but like, you know, that's kind of the perception that I at least would have with that. Because again, you know, there's a lot of things to living in versus like living in a city versus living in, you know, a smaller town or even like a suburban area or a different city, you know. The student body here is over 10 times the population of my hometown. Oh, yeah. I mean, see, and that's funny because for me, it's of course the exact opposite. I'm in such a big city that like my student body was very small by comparison. Of course, right? Because like city, but you know, it's interesting if you live in a big city and go to a big school, or live in a small city and go to a small school. You know, but like I feel like you're doing the opposite, and I also did the opposite as well. So a lot of that can kind of fall into play in a variety of ways with how you would actually kind of perceive the world, you know. So, but if you're the person who's kind of interested in exploring and trying to understand those experiences, then, you know, I would say honestly revel in it, because it's cool to actually want to navigate the world and see things that you didn't really think you'll ever see, you know. I feel like that was me when I traveled across the country, and let alone like across the continent to like a different like world altogether. You know, going to Europe, for example, was not something I ever foresaw myself doing, but I did it, and I at least understand the world now from a different perspective. Yeah, it's good to experience new environments. I agree, and honestly, I think that also falls into place with how you also like to experience, if anything, because some people honestly just don't really care, and there's nothing wrong if you if you like or dislike it, you know, it always just falls down to preference on like what do you want out of it too. So, you've been to Italy once. I have not been actually, but I heard that Italy is actually awesome. So, but I want to travel in all places when possible. Yeah, I mean, I would say like I know that the world is like small, and some people will tell you just like YOLO, just do what you got to do. But of course, that really will depend on just how you honestly want to perceive the world and what it has to offer. Because some people think that the world is so small that you got to just do everything imaginable, right? Other folks think that the world is so big and you have so much time that you can crack at it when you can. I, for one, personally, am that kind of person. I'm a homebody. Like, I do enjoy the pleasure most of being at home. I'm not opposed to traveling though. You know, if like an opportunity comes where I'm like, ooh, I want to go see something or I want to go do something, like I'll plan and go do it. But if I don't do that for like a while from now, then you know I don't feel like I'm missing out per se or anything like that. But again, you know, it kind of just depends. Ooh, that's a cool choker. I don't need it though, but it's cool. Yeah. But yeah, I haven't been to Italy, but I've been so the countries I've been to. I've been to London, I've been to France and different like cities and areas, and I've been to the Netherlands. So those are the three countries I have in Europe on my back at least. And like I have plans in my mind to go to other countries, like you know, of course because of the nerd culture. You know, going to Japan sounds awesome. Because of the historical culture, going to like China sounds awesome, right? There's so many places to go to if you want to be more like in the wilderness or like the rainforest in the world. You go to Brazil, you know, there's so many places to want to go to, and I feel like that's, you know, opens up a lot of room for opportunity again. So you're a homebody as well? Yeah, I mean, there's no harm in being a homebody, honestly. It's honestly kind of nice. Because for me personally, I love the idea of being able to come home and like, you know, it's my space, you know? I feel like I have so many friends who take so much pride in wanting to... Wow, look at me up here. Yo, that's awesome. I have so many friends who just love to travel and peruse the world, and they don't really care about how much it costs, right? As long as they want to just take a plane, just spin the globe, and then just go, like, they'll do it. And honestly, I understand that. Because that's like the way that they seek adventure. Sorry, one second. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much how that works, right? So, as long as you're able to at least... Oh my goodness. I'm getting hit by the thing every single time. I kind of forget that hitbox is actually just like a hitbox. Alright. But again, if I ever like, if somebody was just like, hey, let's just go spend all this money and go to a place, I'd be like, I'm gonna ring check that one. It's not because I don't want to. It's because like personally, you know, I like to have a plan at least. Like having a plan is my absolute like, you know, vibe. I'm happy to have a plan for something versus kind of being surprised by the fact that like, oh, I've got to now go ahead and just book this plane ticket and go to a place. You know, if it's a plan, then I'm all for it. Because obviously, you know, you organize it. And so, I feel like people who don't organize, they just go for it. It's like, whoa. But you know, I understand that. Going like months, if not years at a time without having to, you know, leave places is honestly, it is what it is. But yeah. If you have a knack for wanting to explore, though, I think that you should absolutely let your mind just enjoy that, because it's actually really cool to be able to just travel the world. And then, especially because, like, in the future, if the world seems what it is now, and then how we're kind of plotting our future courses, you know, going to a different planet altogether is even crazier, right? I mean, again, we're talking about, like, big ideas here, but... At this point, we're well aware that that's not out of the range of possibilities. Even though, like, you know, going to different countries seems crazy altogether. Ooh, uh-oh. Well, this is awkward. Cool. So, that guy died. And I'm probably about to die unless the healer heals me a smidge. Nope. Great. Here, let's find out if anything was said in this chat regarding anything at all. Sounds like that's a no to me. Great. Okay. Just gonna restart this one. Okay, take two, sort of. Oh man. As a small town person, Stir, I don't know if you're still here or not, but if there's any, is there like a place you've always had in mind that you like wanted to visit, that you're just like, I've gotta go over here? I think for me that's, well, that was London. London was one of those places that I think ever since I had ever since I was like a kid, I don't even know where it came from. Yeah, I don't know where I was. Trying to think, because I don't know where the idea came from that I wanted to visit London, but that was like the #1 place in the world that I was like, I want to go there. And when I did, I was just like, I'm happy. I could actually move and live in London if the opportunity persisted, which is honestly like not crazy to think about, but like it's possible. That's kind of the crazy thing about it, is like you can actually, you know, pack a suitcase, probably pack your PC along with anything else, and just like move. I mean, for me, it sounds not like impossible, but again, it sounds crazy to think about because I have so much just stuff. So much stuff in my mind that I feel like it's honestly just not possible to want to like just leave a country or even a continent for that matter. Like I can't even imagine myself actually doing it. But I mean, hey, like I said, the opportunities are honestly endless. Okay, honestly, what's going on here is actually kind of insane. Hello Zaddy, what's up, boo? I don't think... Okay, they're talking about Hallowed Ground, and honestly, that's not really the problem here. Okay. Hope that all is going well. Oh my gosh, thank you for the bits. Sorry, it's not playing... I currently don't have anything, like, alerts happening, just because for the sake of, like, the game and the story, but, we are here. But yeah, thank you for the bits again. I appreciate that. I do have to look for how to turn it back on. Okay, yeah. Anyways, I don't even want to move outside my state. I'd rather travel to places than come back to a place I'm familiar and comfortable. See, that's exactly how I feel, and I would 110% do that as well, because I know people who just don't have, like, okay, this is gonna sound really weird, but personally, it would stress me out if that was the case. But like, I have a friend who like she's doing very well. Like she's fine. You know, she's a married woman. She's living her life to the fullest, whatever. But she doesn't have like a home. She owns like a van, and she travels the world all the time, but literally doesn't have like a house to live in. So there's no, you know. And again, it's not like her life is in shambles or it's in a bad place or anything like that. She just literally is living like this wandering nomad life. But again, it's because she just like lives for traveling and adventuring, which like I understand that. But you know, I feel like eventually everybody needs to find a way to recharge. So for me, it's kind of nutty to think about that there's not a place where you can go to, you know, to sleep in like a bed. Because whenever they sleep in tents outside, kind of thing, every single day. And again, it's not like it's like a life she chose. It's not something that was, you know, given as like a moment because of what happens. So, you know, I think it just really depends on the person though. But like I said, she loves it, and You know, if you asked me to do that, I honestly would not be able to do it. Because I've like, I mean, I'm glad you were able to get that. Thank you. I move enough, it doesn't bother me. Yeah, I mean, and that's an example right there, right? Is that like, it may not bother you as much as it might be like somebody else who's spent so much time just like staying at home kind of thing. Yeah, like even because I wasn't like a the kind of person who like moved like never. Like I moved several times in my life, and a lot of it, of course, is solidified even like in a city. You know, I haven't had the same home ever since I left. Ever since I graduated college, like I've been kind of bouncing around different apartments. So I haven't lived in the same apartment for more than like 2 years at a time, which personally for me would annoy the crap out of me. So I'm really glad. Well, like finally now to like, you know, this year of all the times, like, you know, I'll actually be able to live, I would say, in a home per se, and then just be able to actually, you know, not worry about having to move or anything like that. Because, you know, I live in an apartment right now. I live by myself, and that's like the first time ever, which I'm like very grateful for. And again, the only time that I would end up moving, right, is on my own accord. And should that time ever actually come, it would be for something that's like a permanent situation. You know, if I got like a house or even if I had to buy an apartment or something, you know, whatever that is. I have no idea yet, but conceptually speaking, that's honestly the plan. I would end up just being able to live somewhere and like be on my own, and then actually just enjoy it like that. It's just a place like this, so I'm not stressed about it. I mean, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, as long as you know, if you're not financially worrying about the fact that you have to be traveling all over the place or doing that kind of thing, then, you know, it makes a lot of sense that you know, it's not really something that you got to worry too much about. And that's, I think, why, for me, even if it was paid for, like, if it was a paid excursion for me to be able to, like, move around the world, I would still dislike it. You live by yourself for 2.5 years now. Honestly, I'm jealous of you because I was living with a. So like last year, I was living with a girlfriend, and then, you know, just whatever. So this is the first time I'm living alone, and because like before that though, I was living with roommates, and again, there was nothing wrong with living with those with roommates and whatnot. Like, I honestly loved my roommates, but the thing is that I am such a quiet, mindseted person. Like, for me to have to, you know, live with people is not like a bad thing. It's just that you know, I do love the idea of having just like my own space, and that's really what it kind of boils down to. So it's stressful when I mean, of course, I mean, listen, moving in general is always going to be like a stressful situation. There's no question to that. So I understand the stress that comes with it, and I think that's also why personally moving to me is not like it's not a nightmare. I'll be very dramatic if I say it that way. But, you know, again, the less years I spend having to move, the better. Because for me, it's just like, great, I don't have to literally go anywhere or do anything, except for, you know, the one time I have to travel for whatever. But like, I've got to admit, packing is a pain. Even if it's like small packing, or if it's like packing, I'll put something away and then just like never again. I would literally be happy to never have to pack and move anywhere, anything ever again. I really would. So, and again, next time I do decide to myself that I'm going to be packing, like, I'm going to be doing it, you know, or even that, I'll have somebody else do it for me, kind of thing. Like, I won't even do it myself, because putting things inside boxes and setting them in whatever is a lot. So I would personally not be about that lifestyle. That's kind of a lot. Ooh. Okay, I like those. No worries. Yeah, I was unfortunately, I had the level 87 level 87 quest available, but I was level 86, so I had to like, you know, do a dungeon to be able to progress further. I literally couldn't progress because I didn't have level 87 like as a job. But we're here now, so we can at least do that. Yeah. I have not done a single quest outside of the main scenario quest with my Dragoon, so that's why I was like minorly behind, which I understand that, but like, whatever. So chances are pretty high that I'm gonna probably go into the next, if I go into the next dungeon, then that's great, and then off stream, I probably might do like a little bit of grinding, like just a little bit, just to kind of catch up myself a little, you know, make sure I don't fall behind again, because this was 20 minutes of time spent on just like doing a dungeon. So we'll see. Okay. Tasking at the end, the most salient features. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for the lurk. Enjoy. Now that Daddy's here, though, as a reminder, I definitely need to like go. I have to go do Call of Duty stuff at some point. I know that the game is already like reaching that point of like ending, so I'm not gonna be able to play it tonight, but I'm definitely gonna try my best to at least finish the season pass. I'm like only 10 levels away or something like that, so we'll find out. Sorry, Star, I definitely saw your message. But I understand if like it wasn't good for COVID to hit and then you had to deal with living alone kind of thing. I mean, I don't know how that affected you personally. I was living... What? Oh, the Battle Pass? No, unfortunately not. I'm like close to finishing it. I tried. Okay, it's funny because before this expansion came out, I tried to play it, and as you know, I'm a failure when it comes to to partying up for Call of Duty. So I just kind of fell under wraps, and then my hypeness for this game just got so immense I couldn't do anything else except look at stuff pertained to this game. So I don't know when at all I'll be able to like dive back into like Vanguard or Warzone, but like I really want to play Vanguard. Like I really do. I like it. It's a good game. I'm not really opposed to playing Vanguard. Same thing with like the story. I want to play Vanguard story. But I know for a fact that once Warzone comes out, I'll play Warzone. Like, it's not going to be a question. So, it goes away tomorrow? Yeah, I know. We get the new map come tomorrow. So, I don't know when exactly I will... honestly, I'll probably try and play late tonight after stream and work on that. But it's hard, though, because literally this game is, like, code 5, number 1, not even, like, 0 prior, you know... The highest priority of priorities that exist in this entire game world is this one. Like, if Call of Duty Season Pass ends, whatever, then I can care less. But for this, like, this game is my actual life. So, yeah, I have no idea, but we'll see. I don't know when the event ends, I think, tonight as well, but I don't think you get anything, like, crazy over it. There is the event, I know that much, but like again, I'm just kind of like whatever. But we'll see. I have no idea. Yeah, give me a moment. Potentially cutscenes. I'm gonna focus on that. Let me just. I'll read this real quick. Travels at the Crossroads. Okay. Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I shall be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. And for the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Adele? Will you continue along with us? Yes, I shall. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels are unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what our new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we'll head back towards Anagoras. Sounds good, Stir. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It was a pleasure to chat with you. And thank you for stopping by. Enjoy your day. Zaddy, you as well. I know that I sadly have not yet finished the Call of Duty Season Pass, but honestly, once this game slowly, and I mean like slowly, digresses after the story, because you know there's like obviously like content to do after the story, of course. I don't know how much or how long it'll take for me to do all the post content for this game after the fact, but depending on how that'll go, you know, I'll definitely be a shoo-in for trying out the new Warzone map. But again, we'll see, because at the same time, I know for a fact that I have to get every single job in this game max level, so like it's gonna be a grind. And this being an RPG, there's no time like now to work on this exact same thing. So we'll see. Plus they're doing a fix for Bojin leveling, and that's gonna be like a minor pain. A pain, but a minor one nonetheless. So we'll see how that exactly boils down, but as far as I'm currently aware, I don't really think that it'll be too hindering. But you know, I'm grateful that we were able to at least get everything to 80, so working on Reaper and Sage is going to be a little bit easier. I will have to just kind of organize how I level up stuff moving forward, and if I think about it now, the amount of experience I got, I mean, that was level 81 dungeon. I only got like a quarter of a bar in total, so you know, we're going to have to really see just what happens as we kind of progress over. But we'll find out. Didn't part with her harmonies not far from here. Given the size of Elpis, I expect I'll play out to cross again before long. Sorry, I totally pictured that. From here, we follow the path northwards to Metonius. There, we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together once, and henceforth we will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Okay. Let's put this weapon away. Sweet. Actually, hold on. Let's see this. Alright. Here's a question. Is there any things in here? Oh, right, okay. If anything, it might actually be up here. Because I remember I was searching over by the 12 Wonders for a ether current, but this might be the actual place. Nicholas, hello. How's it going? How are you enjoying the story? Hopefully we are at equal lengths in terms of story progression. That it looks like we're light driving. 72 to the northwest. It should be behind this tree. It is not behind this tree. You beat Hades today? Hey, that's a W. That fight is fun. Well, I'm sorry in advance for literally every and all spoilers, but if anything, what you can do is if you want to move the window just to show the chat box so you don't see the game, then hopefully that's the case. You know, I don't think you will, especially considering where we are now and what's going on. It's going to be hard to forget, even if you have, like, terrible memory. Even so, yeah. I mean, if anything, yeah, we'll see how that kind of unfolds. But I mean, we are here in the places. We're currently on our way to the 4th dungeon of the expansion. I don't know when and where it is, but like apparently it's here. I mean, I'm assuming it's here. So we'll see. Here we are, Metonius. The teleporter will take us to Calamelios Zephyros. That's a name. The Western Island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way, we can see and admire the view from above. That's a good guess. See, the thing is, like, when it comes to me, anything that's pertaining to story, like, I can theory craft what's happening, and I'm not gonna have a clue what's going on until it actually happens. Like, I think there was a
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros.
That's a name. Calamelios? Whew.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by...
That's
Well,
spring
well,
on the loose.
an Arrayus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but again, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Benar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star.
I mean, like, obviously, but also, like, what? Alright. Also, like, Dragoon with sword? I don't know. But she came from the sky. If she's a Dragoon at heart, then she has my heart, alright? However, where the f did she come from? And also, where we are, and why she's here. I mean, it makes sense. You know what?
Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Benar is her name, and she is the previous Azim.
Wait, what? No. What the f does that mean? What? What do you mean previous? What? I mean, that means that she had the seat of Azim. But we have her old crystal in our hands, possession. I mean, I already knew that. It didn't make sense that we were not Venar. This has been, but like, it's more crazy that she was the previous seat of Azim than just not her own seat, period. So then what does that mean? It means that I guess we're like the next in line kind of thing. If she was the previous, that means that Azim is here. Azim, the actual. Okay, the real Azim is here. The real Azim is here.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well.
It get worse? Okay.
Less so, Emmett Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future? I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether. I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
I just had a revelation. Okay. No. Shh. Quiet.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
Wait, that's right. If that's the case, then that means...
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours.
I know what that means. I know what's gonna happen. Oh, okay.
How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us.
No, what that means is that the future, okay, the present that we're from isn't going to be altered based on the actions that happened in the past, because if that was the case, then this whole conversation, even just being here and being discovered by Hythlodaeus and Emmett Selk, would already render a bunch of changes. So no matter what happens, when we go back to the present, then like, it's not going to matter what happens in the end. So what that means is we can manipulate this past and it will not manipulate the present or their future. So something that I know I'm thinking about already is going to happen here that's happening in the present as like a simulation. And that's going to alter a bunch of nonsense. I mean, that's okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, they're gonna explain it all. Yeah.
More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
I fucking knew it! I knew it! It's happening! It's gonna happen! It's gonna happen! It's gonna happen!
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation?
It's gonna happen.
I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
I know exactly what's gonna happen. It makes perfect sense. It really does. No, so the reason why Emmett Selk knows us is not entirely, well, that's not entirely wrong. I think the connection is that, like, we have an energy that's very clear to what they know us as, kind of thing. I mean, honestly, it's hard to explain it, but I think they'll actually explain it in a bit. But I honestly, if I try and explain it now, I'm gonna speak here for a half hour on the same topic. But I think if we keep on going, they'll actually explain it. But I know exactly what's about to happen. As far as I'm concerned, the Nimbus talk of the future and this changing history can wait. First, I need to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. The future, our future. I'm definitely curious to hear more. Yeah, we are definitely messing with a lot of nonsense right now. I don't know who will be involved, but I know exactly what they're about to do now that they know who we are. Because we've been in secret the entire time until we got here. Now that we're here and they know who we are, I know exactly what's about to unravel. Okay. Oh crap! I'm shaking right now. I can't. Okay. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before to be instructed by that business with the shark. Would you like to follow us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you were hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor, just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of you. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once you've exhausted all of our efforts. No. Okay. So the thing is that you're gonna find out a little bit more with the parts that happen after beating Hades. So Al, for reference, he just beat Shadowbringers, like the story. So you're slowly got to catch up. But they kind of explain the reasoning behind that question you just asked us about. Because it's not about being a new member or one that journeys around the world kind of thing. I mean, again, they'll kind of answer it for you. They really will. That thing is fucking huge. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Give me like 2 minutes. Let me go back and go get the ether current that's back here, because I definitely there is one back here and I absolutely didn't get it. Oh no! I can't. I'm not ready for what's about to be revealed, because I know for a fact. Once we sit down and they make us explain why we're here, it's not gonna be okay. It's not gonna be okay. Because it's gonna stress me out. It's gonna be so stressful. It's gonna be such an insane situation. I'm not gonna be able to contain it. I can't. I'm honestly concerned. I truly am, because honestly, they have been doing an insanely good job keeping this story under wraps. Oh, there it is. No, that's a crystal. Sorry. There's a current. But you need to, because I need to talk to you about the cutscene that'll happen. Oh, listen, we're absolutely. But you won't mess with the right. So that's the thing, though. The thing is that because we don't mess with the future and the present, this is why what's gonna happen is gonna happen. If it did alter it, then it would make a lot of sense that we do this to actually like reshape blah 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 whatever. But like what will happen because it doesn't affect the future is even crazier. Because like it's not even a fact. Because if you can shape the past to reshape the future kind of thing, then this whole entire thing would just be simple. Because all you need to do is stop the people that were involved in the creation in the first place and recreating of Amarat, and that's it. This whole story direction wouldn't even be the same direction, storytelling wise, if we were not doing this. But because, or if we were able to reshape the future, but because we can't, the story actually unfolds even at a deeper level. And again, the truth is that I'm so shaking, but because we can't actually alter the present, and Elizabeth's made that very clear. Again, this situation is gonna unfold even 10 times worse than it would if we were able to affect the future. So that's the reason why this is very, very. Oh, I got the chills already. Okay. And we haven't even seen the thing that's going to be happening. We haven't even seen it. So the fact that we're actually going to be able to get there and let it actually tell us, no, there's no way. There's absolutely no way that they don't reveal it without the hardest of cliffhanger drops in the entire universe of the story. There's no way. Like, that's why we need to go see it. We oh my gosh. Okay. And yes, she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper when she herself wields the hammer and children. Emmett's look is funny. The Azams, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight personally, but they have a habit of making Emmett Selk look as if he is a bit down on a sour grape. Okay, before I continue, Al, do you know exactly where we are and how far it is to get there? I don't want to know how long. I just want to know if you know. And if you know, great. Perfect. Good. Okay. Our last searcher returns. I am afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was able to find as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Actually, the crystal, well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I've often been asked to do so. Oh, you too. Some of us seemed destined to always be searching, for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azam, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers. Okay, I just wanted to reread that correctly. Naturally, the need of such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running, should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate the missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Wait. Wait. The way she said that is... The way she said that was weird. Okay. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return this stolen property. If you would go ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to the task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak of it without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Yeah. I understand that. The title of this quest is actually very, very fishy. And I'm honestly more intrigued by her words she just said. Because what that if I think about the name of that title of this quest, it's gonna reveal some nonsense to us, but I think what this means is if I use my big boy brain here and I answer this question, what I will say is that there's two timelines. Because that means that something that, yeah, if we really sit down and listen and like look at this title, that title is looking at me in the face right now. I think what this implicates is that there's if there's two timelines, then there's I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. And if it... I think I understand. I don't want to say anything. But I think I understand. I think I understand. Oh, I'm not ready for this. I'm definitely not ready for this. Okay. I'm not ready for this. No way, no way. Fair and partial reasoning. Aside from the emissary, Elpis, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from the public office to serve as advisors. Whether you have to say, she will listen without judgment. Yes, this will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. This music is concerning.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
a calamity called the Final Days has befallen onto our world.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Let's start crying. Oh my god. They're being told the entire story. The concept of the rejoining, the occurrence of the final days, the occurrence of Amarat. Should Zodiac be destroyed, it creates an imbalance of light and darkness, and therefore the final days are reoccurring. Oh, okay.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No. There must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis Flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarat, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them. Hermes and his creation Meteion, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Shall we begin our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I only know that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us of Hermes and Medion, and I have a good idea where we might begin. I've had my suspicion of Hermes since the very beginning that we came here, not for any particular reason than of Medion herself. By just emotional constructs, it makes sense. The rest of everything else though does not have an answer. But to him specifically, he's been the thing in my head that I've had conceptualized as something of a nature that I've had that concept since the beginning. See you the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I can recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Oh, wrong way. Questions from me. Well, I suppose I have no other questions at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped, and you may wish to cancel. Okay. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes and was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Fenna. Anything to be of service. What is it? What do you wish to know? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duty as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Medion has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss with Chief Hermes. The chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity, though if you wish to learn more about Medion, you can try speaking with Timaeus, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in random discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. You shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and insights. Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Madal, I think we've taken enough of Ismene's time. I have another theory. I'm not going to say it again, but again, this mental theory I have is still strong correlation to Hermes. I'm just throwing that out there. Once and if it's revealed, I will say what it is. But for right now, the story just needs to unfold. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries from the resident observers, if you can track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around this stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this Timaeus. I think that's him right there. Yes, yes, I am Miles, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true that you're not going to find creation? Do you think that she's Chief Hermes' work, a worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets of chief creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they can disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance from form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Medion as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotion, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Medion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered to public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Dynamis and Antelekes? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Oh, I was hoping to not walk into the water. Okay. Back already. That was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling as me mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little misunderstanding of Medion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Medion as his personal project and can provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made such progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the Antelekes which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Medion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? I'd rather you wish you mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? She has sisters who are trying to traverse the world. So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Through the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I think we propose ourselves to Peripetia Crystalline, not far from here, just follow the path to the west. Hmm. I'm sure they're going to explain it, but the implication that Medion has sisters is not yet clear to me. Before we talk to Vanada, let's go find this this etherite. This ether current that's over here somewhere. It should be at the edge. Oh my gosh, there's so many people here. Wow. Oh, I see. They're all ether hopping. Okay. This tower and the one further along are both part of Perpetua Crystalline, that the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what these two archivists have to share. If you can find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Okay. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. I'm gonna open up a cookie. Indeed. So, if you can provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak to me about? The Chiefs oversee a professional research project, and by that I assume you mean Medion? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Medion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galen shared with me. Galen is my partner, and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Medion heavensward, a host of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vanna, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Surface. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this site which you so delighted with your Galeen? Sorry. Of course, or you could hear from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject at Metabasos Thalassai. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanna, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for your wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azim. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis for many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, we shall take this opportunity to meet with Galen in person. Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It'll take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile contents on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. The other archivist said not that we hadn't already heard, but this story of Galen sounds promising. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through that door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for the admittance of the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metaviso Stellasai. Galen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. The question, of course, now is what did they see? And I can only suppose that we're going to find out. Mistress for now, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. Wow. Place is huge. Okay. That door leads to the outside, but perhaps we could trouble this person for assistance in finding Galen. Mistress Fana, I was not told to expect we would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galen if that might be arranged. Yes, Galen, of course. I will inform of her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place? I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account. Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, We had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteion. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteion, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
It's perfect to me. I loved that entire bit. You know, however, I would actually love to watch the Japanese version. I understand you watch it in Japanese, so... I mean, that was quite the soliloquy. I almost wonder, like... I honestly can't recall most of it, but the thing that rose to me as like a question is, like, you know, how she, as long as the world needs help, she can't return to the star, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Because it's like I think I understand it, but I think I also don't. I mean, I'm not gonna dwell on it too much though. So, you know, honestly, what I will do one day, I don't know when exactly, but I want to replay the story in its entirety in the Japanese language, because I understand that, like, they tell you story bits in a different format. I'd like to try that out. I think that'd be kind of cool. So, in the near future, I'm gonna make a new character, and we're gonna just run that entire story all over again. Alright. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Okay, control just stopped working. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason to suspect the former, we should consider the latter, the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if he might desire the sour fates of our star. That is a wild 180 turn. someone will use his discoveries, or he himself will recreate the final. That's crazy talk, right? Because they have a JP audio with English dialogue, and they are not always the same. Sometimes they say two different things. Oh, I guess you. Okay. I guess if you understand what they're saying in Japanese, it's different than what the text says in English, because they probably aren't translating the Japan. So like the subtitles in English will probably be the same, but the voiceovers are just in Japanese. So I feel like that's what you mean, right? So like it's hard to actually discern the Japanese. Yeah. Okay, so then that's not honestly as much of a potential W as I had kind of assumed until just now. Yeah, that makes sense. So because you understand Japanese to a degree, you know, the parts that are different, you can understand the reasoning behind why. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Worthy of his back. That's a weird name. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the media. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted him in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Honestly, I would personally love to revel in the idea of learning Japanese. Honestly, I've had that thought in my head for the longest time, but I've never fully committed to it. And I think that it would be a lot. It'd be a challenge. It would also be a lot of fun, but also I think it would make this game have just a very differentiated, like, you know, perspective. But also that can be applied to anything, because, you know, it's not just for the sake of this game that we would want to, you know, learn Japanese on a wide scale, but also just for fundamental, you know, variety of things. But also I'd like to have, you know, if I can have 3 languages in my belt, that'd be sick. I mean, I have 1.5, but that would honestly that'd be cool. I think also, if I think that would make traveling to, like, Japan, for example, a lot more fruitful, instead of looking like a tourist and being like, oh, I don't know where this thing is, and then Shinjuku Plaza or whatever. You know, it's actually like I can actually understand everything that's going on and be able to, like, discern. I mean, like I said, this is a very wild-ended thought in mind, but you know, if I ever choose to actually commit to it, then I think that would be awesome. And hopefully, you know, hopefully I do in the future. It's hard to say that without also just doing it, but, like, I feel like that's easier said than done in many aspects. I also realized I have all this, like, gear. I should honestly start using it quite a bit. Except we need to click back on this. No. I honestly try and save that gear for, like, other jobs, but now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. What?! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Adele over here over to that island? Okay. Stubborn creature, there's no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. That doesn't make sense because the one from the future, like, happily loves us. See? Okay. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after, not at all confusing that. Interesting. This is certainly not unthinkable. We've been here before. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and should you convince Argos that you are worthy of his back, and besides I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not. It will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Wait, what? I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Wait, what? So Argos doesn't want us to fly because he doesn't like us for some strange reason. This is obviously the Argos of the past, not the future, which I understand. But a battle? Do not tell me that this is the dungeon. This has to be an instance. Okay, thank God. I would have been, like, amazed by that. Okay. Shall we begin? Be warned, I will not go easy on you. Bro, we finna fight. She's a paladin. Ooh. godlike. Okay, first off, ow.
Stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I've seen enough.
That was the most epic fight ever. Yo, can we talk about my... Oh. Later.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding.
My favorite part about that entire fight, though, was the fact that I was literally perfect jumping everywhere. It was so lit, except for like one part I got hit by a thing that had like a damage down. But in the beginning with the dancer in the oh god, I honestly want to like just like highlight that part because that part was epic, man. I loved it. I feel like I got hella anime about it, but it was awesome. Oh man. Honestly, I want to redo that battle with like almost every job in the game just to see how it would differentiate. I feel like that's why Dragoon is like one of the best jobs to play for story content because literally you can make things epic because you're like, you see, I hit this thing and then jump over to the other side and then I got to hit that thing and then I got backflip into the, you know, oh, it's just the best ever. That's just me though. Okay. However, it's hilarious she made the same mistake with Azam, despite being less than half her age. Okay.
As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Ah.
Well now, I dare say he is warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where Matemia made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we'll learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. A flower upon your return. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Whoops. Climb onto Argos' back and we can be off, you know. I honestly cannot remember the last time he carried anyone but me. Argos motions onto his back with his muscle, even giving the go-ahead to hop on. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? No, something, no, that's a profound. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Teforion. Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
I mean, kind of.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
She just taught us how to use the echo.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
You did not like that line.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
I know.
Utterly unlike... How?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteion, Though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Okay.
So, what is your opinion?
I mean, we didn't really... He wouldn't really want any... I mean, that impression didn't say anything. He's just an explorer. And an adventurer. He just wants to understand the unknown other walks of life. But, like... I don't know. There's nothing really wrong with him.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
I know. Every single time I hear that song, I immediately say the sins of our past in my mind. Sorry, give me a second. I noticed that the game was lagging during the cutscene of the battle against Heidelin. I'm gonna like lock the game into 50 frames. I think if I unlock it, it's like 90. It's at 200 something. So I'm hoping that if I limit the frames, it'll. Because honestly, I only see it at 60, so I don't need it to be anything higher. I'm hoping that like cuts down the frame cutting, because I saw that it cut during the thing. Okay, there are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis, but we could do worse than to look in Kittis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethesoliticus Boreas, the northern isle. I wonder, Adele, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for all of them in so few islands? The answer lies within Kittis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poitin Oikos. Yeah, because the game looks perfectly... looks perfect right now in 60 FPS. I don't need it to run at 150. So again, like I said, honestly, it even looks smoother now that it's not trying to process the game at a higher resolution. So it kind of feels smoother right now of all times, which is a little weird. But like I said, I'm hoping that this does cut the lag during the cutscenes, because I was noticing that a lot. I almost wish I changed this, like, you know, years ago, but it's okay. It honestly only comes in patches, so it's not all too bad. But if we can kind of, like, just for hilariousness, if we limit to 30 frames, look at how weird. Oh, honestly, it looks great on stream. It looks awful on screen. Okay, that was enough fun. Okay, this appears to be the teleporter, but not told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was recently activated. I mean, I assume Vinay used it. Henceforth. Good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Kitsis Hyperborea, we follow this path and turn left at the Crossroads. Place is huge. An Ophiotoros, that's a name. And here's a fight. Alright. Let's pick so many bright lights. Yeah, honestly. Because it's funny, because the way I had the game projects it perfectly on my monitor, but it does seem to ask a bit when it's also on the stream. So I mean, I don't know if you actually see it kind of lag, but I kind of hope not. I haven't honestly checked the VOD ever since I started the story, but I've never really seen it outside of I've never seen it or noticed it, so I would have never had a clue. But I mean, hopefully not. We'll see though. We will see. That outfit's really cool. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. Whoops. We should head inside and ask for Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Aha. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of media, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. So he's privately observing Dynamis and Medion as a whole? I mean, I get it. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. By who? Or so saith the illustrious Emetzelk. I see. Do you think that he's helping to prevent a calamity? According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial current and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hypnodeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits the description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandanio, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this junction, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandanio lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. I mean, if that's the case, then who in the world could be plotting? Right? Well, because here's the thing. The final days occurred by nobody's means, except for something that they heard in the world, in the core of the world. So, like, there was always one person responsible, but it's none of the people who we've been interacting with since the beginning of time. We'll find out. It seems there's more to the tale after all. Yeah, because obviously, what, Dynamis? This whole concept of meteor and stars? And what, the points where the ether is dissipating and is at a zero? I'll find out. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Found out that he's been going to a certain location. And people are watching. Stars mostly. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmet Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Hunger in the garden. Okay. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misopieces Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Okay. Ah, we got all the Elpis currents, which is lovely. Okay, cool. And then there's 2 things there, and I'm in the middle of 1, so that's 3. And then the dungeon will give us the 4th one. Which is kind of crazy to believe that there will be a dungeon here. But, I don't know. We'll find out. Yours is interesting and the only region in the Elpis which sounds like research hub. This is largely due to the nature of its observation sites, which they let those creatures anticipate to be unruly and dangerous. I have also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let's just say no one should be living near a teleporter, which provides access to a certain facility. What? You please praise you for your partners. On the contrary, I'm simply surprised you made it this far. Then again, even with you slowing her down, there is no denying that Vanna is an accomplished researcher. Her wealth of wisdom and experience is unmatched, and her achievements in creation magics in the field, and frankly, are anything short of extraordinary. Though the singular brilliance which sets her apart makes her motive somewhat impenetrable at times. As her student and successor puts it, she is a force of nature at once so close and at the same time so very distant. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Adele, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Adele can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vanna after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Oh, the garden is the dungeon, I guess. What the? Is that a faith? No. Creature. Oh my gosh. That person is... Oh, it's deliberate. Oh, shoot. Okay. You know what? I appreciate the dancer helping me out. Okay, we gotta find Hermes. Son of a... Okay. Oh, I just didn't give him the eye. That didn't work out for me. But something tells me this way. Oh my goodness. He is in fact not over here. Oh lordy. Oh, there he is. Oh. I was trying to call them, but... Adele, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hitler days in Emmett Cell company. An important matter. And unrelated to my decision on Van Daniel, you say? Then yes, I will come as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you really should wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. We're taking notes. We'll talk later. Oh, okay. Sounds good. I'm getting out of here. This place is no place for a person like me to be here wandering about. That was nice to help out the other player, though. I hope that they find it sooner than later. What is that ghastly odor? I was prepared to swoop in if need be, but it's clear you faced a fair share of monstrous opponents. You spoke with Hermes then, and you were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain the Convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray things will soon take a turn for the better. As for as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmett Selk who would recreate Amarat in the depths of the ocean, I think it's best if all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that it is. Words without sound. Hermes said he would not be long, yes, then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
My name is Adele, being streamed by a man named Sessiion. He's a Hispanic male who's currently at the age of will not talk about it, and he's trying to figure out what we're doing.
Final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. The source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
What?
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words. share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we... hurt? This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
I almost cried. Okay. I'm scared. That was scary. Also, what? Like, I'm gonna like. Because the thing is that I understand. Listen, I'm in story mode, okay? To calm your mind, your senses questing for any hints of meaning's presence. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, Hermes must hear them as we're trying to hide. Meaning has assumed his voice persistent as a source to flee down the slope. Wait. I mean, it wouldn't make Bruh. Oh, I'm looking at the. Oh, God. I'm looking at the wrong quest. I was wondering, like, what? Okay. Oops. Sorry. Let's take all these. I was so confused. I was like, where in the world? It wouldn't have made sense to go back. He's trying to catch even the faintest whisper, but I failed to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Greetings and salutations. Oh shit. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that we must run far away. Please don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as he sends her climbing to the top of the ridge. I have never seen a creature that looked like that before in my entire Final Fantasy life. It's okay, trying to catch you in pixel. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Meteon's anguished voice was to the south. Sorry about that. Compiling a report for dissemination to Hermes and all the people of Aetheris. Proceeding. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles of intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, you mustn't listen. It's wrong. It's all wrong. His anguished voice flee towards the lake. Any signs of Meteion? Panicked and confused, which would make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of the situation? The media are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How will we access a shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly, in the Meteia's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So, unless we can track down the Meteion we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Oh my dear Meteion, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why must you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Yeah, that's the exact implication that I got about that, is that she saw something while she was traveling across the stars, and she witnessed horrors that were not like what the ones that she saw here on Elpis, and that's the reason why she's follow, wander, stumble, listen. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteion renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? Much how Emmett Selk solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Othello continues much the same way as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Meteion's likely location, you proceed to reveal our word familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever. Thankfully, she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lethe. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. If we have our plan, Dell and himself will be a tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteion's avenues of escape. Emmett Selk and I will also keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let's return to where we saw last on Meteion and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether when what's known as, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Wow, we're running around with Emmett Selk. That's crazy. And I like how he just stands there. He's just like, this sucks. Wow, who would have thought? We running with Emmett Selk. Wow. This lake though is pretty. You fail to hear a voice which must be elsewhere. And this may be trying to go with It's kind of crazy actually. Meteion of all things. Not at all what I thought. I was not prepared for that. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I'll just have to hide then where no one can find me. Meteion assumed his force heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake? As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expansion will make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Of all the places to have the conversation, we should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rock at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Don't touch me. If you hit me, I swear to God. Now leave me be. I didn't even throw you in the water, man. Why'd you sick one on me? Not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run. What are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor, fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. I forgot. I forgot. Is this teleport not in use? It seems to have been left at the mercy of the elements. Either way, if there's no choice to meet the resistance, we move on. There, I see her. I definitely thought that was a creature. Perhaps over here.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Please, Sessiion. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please... please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all... dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Sessiion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Sessiion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarant. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
You son of a bitch, man. If Hall... Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. I fucking knew it, man. Hermes has headed to Kitsis. Considering the expensive dimensions of this place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him, no matter what Hermes might be thinking. Sessiion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vada? It is clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Sessiion is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And if neither Hermes nor Sessiion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Reading all accounts, to Kate's stuff over there we go. This motherfucker, man. Okay, so you know how Fandania is a clone of Amon from the Underground days? Yes, I do know this. This man is actually grieving. See, this is again not the direction I thought they were going to go in. Because now I don't actually know how I feel. I don't know if it's actually like one of them. I mean, I know it's 100% like Session's fault, but anybody else's is kind of circumstantial. I don't really think I know how to feel about it anymore. Judging from the crowd, something is afoot. I mislike the looks of this. What have we here? Yes, I mean, I know that Amon is the emperor from the third calamity and also the boss in not Labyrinth, he's in Circus Tower. I know that much. But yeah, also, I mean, I remember that they yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was like one of the first things that they mentioned once we were dealing with Zodiac. It was extremely clear that they mentioned this. Yes, I do understand this. Well, the thing though is that in the actual, so here's the problem though. Not entirely a problem, it's just more like an observation. They don't say it's a clone at the end of Circus Tower. They just call it what it is, I think. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they do. I don't think that they call it a clone. They call it a clone in the World of Darkness. Hold on. Now I gotta look that up. But I'm like pretty sure. I mean, I understand that this whole thing is connected to the Calamity, but the thing is that they never mention that Amon or Xande are clones in the Circus Tower Alliance raid. It's only mentioned that Xande is a clone in World of Darkness. So there is at least that. But yeah, I do know that they mentioned that Fandaniel would clone the first king, all that other stuff, Amon, and all that. I understand all of that. We'll find out. I mean, if that's the point that you're trying to make, then yes, I do. Yeah. That I picked up that relates to Hermes and the Fandaniel that you fought. The hints that were made. You're gonna have to explain this to me. Oh, okay. So we haven't seen it yet. Okay, then we'll find out. Because I've also made observations, but I have no idea until I have to see it to understand it. You know, because then my brain will put the pieces together once they actually tell us whatever. Yeah. So we'll find out. Excuse me, something happened inside Kitsis. Mistress Vana, I'm like so glad to see you here. I'm calling it Kitsis, but I think it's Tysus. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Tysus put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Justice scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. They consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and we must enter the premises regardless. You know what would be fucking godlike? And this makes a lot of sense, obviously, that there's a squad of 4 here. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what obstacles ahead he has seen to fit drop in our path. With that impeding spell in place, we are not like to be at a fighting. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with, little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you're going to raise everyone's expectations. You all need only make most of your strength, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Asm after all, took my job to rise to the occasion, be that as a defender, aggressor, or healer. Ah, she's the adapter. I mean, that makes sense, obviously. We just fought, so. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you in itself can impress us with your arcane mastery. Your job, potent spells are as easy. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but you can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? If I had to pick, I feel like I want to say Emmett would be a black mage. Also, like, he can be black or white mage. I don't know if I know. Or Sage. I mean, Sage doesn't make, yeah, doesn't make sense. But we'll see. Ah, well, yeah, should the situation call for it? Excellent, then that should cover us on all fronts. Your tale let us hear it, also it's wholly let you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will limp through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Of course Hermes is on Meteon's side. Of course he is. Tisis Hyperborelia. Oh my god, yes. This is so godlike, though. I fucking love that this is actually a thing here. Oh, they're both adaptations. He's a tank?
Let's get this over with.
Hythlodaeus is a bard.
Scarcely contain my excitement.
That was not what I was ready for.
Come, let us be off.
If I was to, okay, I get it. If I was a tank, then Emmett would be a black mage, and then Banal would be a healer. If I was healer, he would tank, and she would DPS. Or I guess it would. Whatever. This is so sick. This is so sick. I can't stay on my chair. Ooh. This is epic. Be prepared. I got this. Oh, he's a Dark Knight. That's fucking, yeah, it's God. Like he's a Dark Knight. Hythlodaeus is a bard. Have you ever wondered whether your creation is beneficial existence to the star? Wonder no more. For Kitsis Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. From temperate plains to tropical jungles, to smoking volcanoes to frozen fields, to put creation to the proof in a wide range of meticulously and recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of the species? The answers to these questions and more our highly trained staff will uncover. They just revealed the hotfix is starting at 1 tonight. This is so godlike. I love that he's a Dark Knight, and I love that he's a bard. Look at his weapon! Look at her weapon! Oh, shoot. Okay. Let's get it, boys and girls. You don't remember this dungeon other than the bosses? I mean, that's fair. I'm still, this is the most godlike thing ever, just because of the fact that, like, we're literally fighting a dungeon with Sessiions.
Out of my way.
Ooh. What the fuck was that move? I gotta play Bard. I love it. This is my favorite song right now. Oh, shoot. Oh, hello. This is easily my favorite song so far in the expansion. I'm gonna buy the soundtrack so hard when this comes out. Oh. The cutscene after this dungeon was so mind-blowing it overwhelmed your brain. Okay. Oh man. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm scared. I'm very scared. I'm still recovering from Medion revealing herself and the horrors that she dealt with. That whole concept threw me way out of whack. That gave me a shiver. I did not like that part. I did not like that part. Okay, Tiger Man. Oh my god, Tesleen? Tesleen will forever be. What the? Oh, I see that actually. Holy. Okay. Bro, when Tesleen had her moment, I literally cried. I wasn't even streaming that time. I cried. I cried so hard. I got so attached to her because she was the most precious nugget ever. I literally hated that part with a very heavy heart. Tesling dying was... I will never forget her. Never. Because she honestly had such a mile part. It was that moment that, like, Shadowbringer to me was gonna have some, like, ridiculous, like, moments. What though? That move hit so hard. I was like, just... Sorry, I feel like I always forget this. What does JFC mean? I was thinking, like, just for... I don't know what C means, or if it's entire... I don't know. I always hear that, like, that word, and I don't know what it means. I'm such a... Jesus... Oh, got it. Yeah. Okay. Understood. You have had a habit of coming back over here. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, I literally put the controller down. I put the game down. I was unhappy with that moment. Because it was so mild. I was like, oh, like, shoot, it was like such a mild moment. Like, hey, can you please help me across to this area over here? And it was like, okay, yeah, sure, of course. Like, oh, I love this character so much. And then they just smite her. It was ridiculous. I was unhappy. Completely unhappy. Like I said, I almost like... I would have honestly sent an email to Square. I would have been like, guys, are you guys serious? In the beginning of the game of all the times in the world, like, you forcefully play our hand on a character that, like, we were blessed with, and just take her away like that. No, I was so shocked. I was so shocked, man. Because it just wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that they literally did that. And you know what the worst part is, too? Is that, like, they did the same thing in this expansion! And like, the moment was literally 15 seconds. 15 seconds, and no, not even. There wasn't even one moment. There were, like, 4. There were, like, at least, like, 4 moments. Oh, fuck. Okay. There were like 4 moments during that expansion that, like, they literally were just like, hey, by the way, this just became a thing. Good luck. And I'm like, wait, what? Oh my gosh. I mean, we're past that part, obviously, right, story-wise, but yeah. When, the mom and baby situation, nah. I couldn't cry. I literally didn't have it in me to cry. I was so hurt that it hit me in the inside so hard that I literally I couldn't think. It was the most insane nonsense ever. So, because they thought like, oh hey, yeah, by the way, this happened? No. I swear to you, I was mad. I was mad. Not even the freaking part for later, or not later, sorry. The part even before that when we were in Garlemald? Yo. The sisters, man. The sisters were not fun. That was not fun. that sister part, like, bruh. I'm almost like mad that I'm like drawing a blank on their name, except for the fact that it starts with an L. Like I hate, you know what I hated though, is that part literally like with the little sister, like I don't even have a little sister. I was so shocked. It frustrated me because literally it just happens, and they wouldn't let us like. Literally, just like they kept on bringing us down. They kept bringing us down, and they were like, you can't do anything about it, and it's like, that's not fucking fair. I couldn't handle it. I had to stop. I think I stopped for like, a minute. I had to collect my thoughts. I was like, you know what? This is insane. Understood. You know what? Just gonna deal with it. Guys, deal with it and move on. According to Mistress Lissa, didn't we just fight that thing? Her creation is based on the concept for a bipedal wolf. Oh, we didn't fight that thing. And indeed, it is an impressive man like an skate. It is also highly intelligent and it's evident in its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eye it gives the person to comprehend our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame if its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the report. Because I was crying too hard at one point. I had to stop MSQ. Sheesh, man. You know what? It's ridiculous though, because honestly, the problem, and it's a problem. It's a problem. All right. The problem is that we're not done. Like, we're not done. It's not even fair that we're not done with this story. And it's not because I'm behind, it's not because, like, this is too long, like, it's because, literally, this entire expansion has been nothing but torment. To the psyche. Since, literally, the beginning. Because you're just like, yo, they won't listen to us. They refuse to understand the truth and seriousness behind it all. Although we also were kind of naive to some parts of it as well, because we had to kind of read between the lines. But literally, there were so many moments where we're just like, guys, you have to reason with us. And they were like, nah. I know. Like, I'm also just kind of, I'm just like, dude, I don't want to know the rest. Like, I almost think I need to, like, take a break from the whole entire experience. But I can't though, because the thing is that, like, it only raises more questions, and that's gonna be a problem also, because I know for damn sure, and if this is Square we're talking about and their direction and their writing team, you already know that, like, they've already got the next segment of this whole entire scheme in play. Like, we haven't even like, even right now, what the I just realized the boss were okay. Like, the surface is only slowly being chipped away. Because I honestly expect them to, like, have the entire, you know, the entire story completed, but they've already got the writing set for the next expansion already. Like, they already do. They've already mentioned that like, the writing for the story is already just like, it's ready. And that scares me. Okay. What's up, Brody? Good to see you, fam. How are things? Okay. That's not what I was thinking of, but okay. The thing is, I feel for stories to rest in Endwalker is going to be slow. Oh shoot. Okay, that's not what I thought I was gonna do. Okay. Need to build a completely new story. Well, that's kind of the thing, though. I mean, I don't obviously know how the story ended in terms of like everything for the end of Endwalker, but as far as I'm aware, it honestly seems crazy to think that like this being the finale, but not the final saga. They're gonna be setting the pace up, obviously, come 6.1. Lord knows what that is, but like it's definitely not without reason that they don't have it already set in stone. They've already got some kind of crazy ass nonsense about to kick in. Word up. So we'll see. But as far, I mean, this honestly so far for a story has been the most insane nonsense ever. And again, it's just beginning. I mean, we're actually reaching like a little bit past the halfway point, but even still though. I'm doing good, Brody. I'm emotional. This story and this game has made me emotionally just like unready for anything. So I feel like this would be a combo of AR Heavensward 6.1 to build a new arc. Oh yeah, I mean, I think so too. It kind of makes sense, but honestly, they should honestly slow the pace down, just so that way a lot of it can make sense. Actually, it makes sense to go with, yeah. The pacing should be slowed down, so that way they're able to at least adhere to everything that's going on. Because if they had to try to keep the, the pacing the same as it was for Shadowbringers going into Endwalker, then like there won't be enough to really tell you until the actual next expansion comes out. You know what I mean? So they should personally slow it down. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Like quest-wise, they can throw as many side nonsense at us as they need to, but they need to absolutely like set the pace forward for what needs to be done for the future expansion. Because again, they already got the next 2 expansions like set up story-wise. So, what the f- So if they already got the expansion set into place, then like you already know that, you know, at least they're gonna start, you know, because here's my, well, in my theory, just for right now, and this is long-winded, so this isn't story related or lore breaking or anything like that, but like I think at least story-wise, like, they're gonna just introduce us a gigantic slew of new characters. You know, like, they're gonna just put Yustola, Thancred, Alize, all these characters to bed. Not in any bad way, but they're just gonna at least, you know, be like, hey, the saga here is continued, gotta continue something elsewhere after the fact. What does that mean exactly? Again, who knows? But, as far as I'm aware, though, we'll find out. Yeah. But again, I mean, considering the story and how everything's kind of transpired, what in the F? Yeah. Thank you. Well, I mean, you're right. You're right. You're right. I mean, again, it's long-winded. There's no supposition to this. There's no way to actually like assume anything because there's literally no way of knowing for sure. But like I said, the one thing that they did at least confirm is that they've had, they did have all the expansions. Well, the next 2 expansions. So like, you know, 7 and 8, like story-wise, I think 7 is completed, which is crazy, and 8 is in the process of working it out. So. Because, you know, it wouldn't make sense for them to have the story be completed now and then not have the next segment already prepared, because then they got to do a lot of kind of figuring out of everything. So, yeah. Hopefully they, hopefully come the new expansion, sorry, the new patches, they kind of give us a rundown as to what that'll look like. Partially, I hope that the Alliance, or even like the normal raids, kind of add a lore to that to some degree. But we'll see. Yeah, man, sister's about to have a baby, Christmas and Thanksgiving, adding to my message because you had a ton of people over. True, I feel that. I feel that. I mean, sort of, because, well, my Thanksgiving was very quiet. It was very simple, very well done. I had a Friendsgiving, which was lit. I do expect Christmas to be on the quieter side as well. But, I mean, we'll see. I don't really think I'm expecting too much. I do have gifts to consider in mind for friends and family alike, so we'll see how that kind of plays out. I don't really have an idea as of yet, but I'm already trying to figure out, like, you know, whatever it is I end up doing, we'll find out. Yeah, but because at this point now, I think like you know, I'm just waiting for it to snow. The snow that'll kick in, bruh, it'll be crazy. Stuff for your nephew? Honestly, me too. I already have something for my niece, and I know that she'll love it, and I hope that she you know, uses this gift as an influence to keep doing good in school. But I also know that, like, you know, when you're young and there's TikTok every time, every single waking day, you know, it's kind of hard to stay focused on school and whatnot. But I mean, I think she's doing well though. She's not doing like amazing. I mean, I don't know. I can't really comment. I'd like to believe she's doing well enough that you know she's like passing. That's the most important part. You don't got to be superlative in terms of freaking third grade math, but if you can at least pass, then you know that's pretty much the only thing that matters. So, but at least some of the easier or rather harder gifts are out of the way. Because, for example, my nephew already has a PlayStation 5, so I'm like, cool, don't try to add that to the list, because sheesh, if that was the case, I get my own PS5. But I'm not one for. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm also starting to be in that mindset of like creating gifts that are more meaningful to the person versus like, you know, just like, hey, here's a game. I mean, I would like that, honestly. If somebody was like, hey, here's like here's $20 to spend in the Mog Station, I'd be like, oh! I would be absolutely just happy, because it's like, bro, I can buy anything on that store for any character. It would be lit. All right.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield.
This is
Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Bro, this looks like a freaking like a raid. Look at where we are worldwide. Yo, but like what? What the fuck is that? What is that? Okay. That thing in the sky? What's that thing in the sky? There's a thing in the sky over there that's like blinking, kind of. Dustin Gale. What the? Oh! Alright. I honestly also, like, I yanked so hard, my cable fell out of my hands. Bruh, that move was obvious. That move was too obvious that I got hit by that, right? Oh. I'm shocked, man. That shouldn't have hit me. Oh, gosh. You son of a bitch. Alright, listen, that was not fair. That was a low blow, alright? Because I already knew where the fuck to go. But, like, Emmett Suck moved at the last minute, man. Like, stinking, man. Wow, holy. Alright, you son of a mother. Oh, I can't jump. Lovely. I mean, okay, let me see. I'm so concerned for whatever the hell that is. Alright, can you come over here this time, please? Thank you. It's not that big of a laser. Oh, yes it is. Okay. Lovely. What the? Okay. Wow. Mechanically, that was crazy. What the fuck is this thing? Oh my god. Okay. Not what I was prepared for. I'm still concerning over this. Quadruple? Oh, fuck. Okay. They're shooting one at a time, right? Okay. That would have... That's not funny. Okay. Holy. Okay. Oh, thank goodness for that. I still don't like that thing in the sky. Nice.
No. My power.
Hermes, you son of a... Ugh, you fucking... Gosh, man. Okay. Do I have Sea of Thieves? I don't. It's not particularly my kind of game. I mean, I could play it, but I don't. I haven't. But we'll see. That would have been not funny. Okay, is it time? Okay, listen. If it's time... Ooh. Is that a Reaper weapon? That's a Reaper weapon. Oh, I found it. That's the weapon. Be prepared? Okay, listen. If I need to be prepared, I have to go to the bathroom. So, I have to... You know what? 2 minutes. I was literally like, okay, because I'm just summarizing. In summation, right? We're still in the Crystarium inside the Crystal Tower, right? We traveled over here to Elpis, and it's like, what are they possibly gonna show us? That's the question that I have, because as far as I'm concerned, like what is gonna happen, you know? I literally had like a moment where I clapped in my mirror talking like this, trying to figure it out. So it's time. It's actually time. Alright. Like, what's gonna happen?
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. With that, I could have listened to your report in full, reflected upon its meaning, and conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hold sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish instead. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos, awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events. Replace with a vague recollection of the following.
What?
I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hithidaeus. Meteion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain her existence. We'd all dissipated in the burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteion. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. I will see what you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence. Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. Neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every asset.
There's no time! Quickly!
Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape. I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Cutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I'm sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Can. I literally can. Okay, hold on. It's gonna be annoying, but like the fact that my ring and my necklace was off, so that would be that fancy. Okay, are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting with body only for a moment isn't without merit. As for Hermit, they can unlikely to agree before it ends like this. He poured much of himself into Metio, while she and her sisters are going to participate in his mind. It must be unbearable. He would blame himself. He would believe that had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Metio would to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 would be a welcome distraction, and one day, hence, he would face the advent of the final days in the role of Daniel. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for this misguided formation, or to convince them itself that high holiness that received. Now we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in the market alone will be our weapon against incompetence. We must fight this battle in your age, and I and mine. Come, let's take a bunch more else to use to do some work. Hello, sister. Good to see you. Sorry. Oh, my entire spine hurts from shaking and like stressing. Okay, it's still shaking. I'm shaking in my chair. Okay. I'm still not too sure what the fuck happened with Meteo. Yeah. I have no idea what even happened to him. No one was prepared for what that happened in the next cutscene. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm still processing what happened even in the last cutscene just now. Like, that's insanity. I still don't understand. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. I'm speaking to Benavides. Oh god. Okay. Okay. After these cutscenes. Okay. Whatever. Word. No one talk. Literally everyone keep your mouths closed until it's over. I'm literally gonna lower my volume in case I need to scream that you don't hear me over the top.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home. May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, it is only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
Mighty Zodiac, God born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, we shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.